Hi, and welcome to High Stakes Friday. We've got a special 25, 25, 50 with the $50 big blind ante. So $150 dead in every single pot. The structure is meant to create action. So three blinds plus a big blind ante. We got David in seat number one. His first time on Live at the Bike. New to me, new to you. We will see David's playing style in action. Seat number three is Sammy the Bull, one of the fan favorites. He likes to bulldoze the table. He does like to bluff a lot. That's how he got his nickname. Seat number four is Andy, sponsored pro by GG. Has played probably the most high stake Friday games in Live at the Bike history. He is on our Live at the Bike wall. He has played the biggest pot in Live at the Bike history versus Jackie. Unfortunately, he was on the opposite side of that one. Seat number seven is Eddie Pack. Eddie and I spent a bunch of days together during the World Series main. We would talk about hands on our breaks and make sure both of us didn't go on tilt. It's funny, in the main event, you go on severe ups and downs. Eddie's up a bunch of chips one break. I'm down, and then it evens out next break. So welcome, Eddie. Sammy takes down the first hand of the night. Seat number 8 is Marco. He is a professional bodybuilder. Comes from Florida to play in these high-stake games. And although he's a professional bodybuilder, don't let that fool you, because he is quite the poker player as well. There is Wayne, the producer of this show. And I go by JJ4G Poker on all my social media platforms. I'm your resident commentator. I'm known to have a balanced strategy, so if these players are doing a lot of talking, I will stay quiet. And if these players are quiet, then we will be breaking down in a ton of poker hands, as well as learning some poker today. Eddie's going to open up to 150. And Marco with the 3-bet in the mix with 10-3 suited. Ace 3-8, bottom pair for Marco, but can represent the strongest range with the hand that actually Eddie has, Ace Queen. Marco with some backdoors to a flush, as well as his bottom pair is going to bet just about a quarter pot. Eddie with a pure continue. Now if he continues with raise or call at a certain frequency and he chooses the call line, turn 5 of spades. Eddie checks it over Marco, and let's defer to Marco on what he feels is best. Says that Marco bought him for 8,000, and Marco's gonna bet 1,600.
This is why we get Eddie-handed, so when stuff happens wrong.
Eddie at the top of his range with Ace Queen and Ace King has a pure continue here as well. Actually, Eddie and I, fun fact, we've been playing poker together since 5-5, since like 2012. River is a 9 of spades. $5,000 in the pot. Marco with a little bit over a pot size bet left. Eddie deciding whether it's better to lead here or to check and hope that Marco either bets worse or Marco bluffs. And Marco decides to go for it in the first hand by putting a bunch of chips in the middle. Bet is 2,700. And Eddie says this has got to be a cooler. And Eddie does pay it off. And Eddie's going to win a $10,400 pot to start off this night. We are also playing with an action clock tonight. So these players have 30 seconds to act on every street. After that, 1 minute is worth each time chip. They have 5 time chips since it's a 5-hour show. Once these players run out of time chips, their hand will be declared dead. So these time chips are very valuable. I'll give you guys some shout outs in a quick sec. Marco trying to set the tone right off the bat. And Eddie just about scoops over 100 big blinds in profit thus far. Andy, the most seasoned player at this table, is going to bump it up to 175. Sammy the Bull in C number 3 hails all the way from Indonesia to come play a ton of poker, and he'll stay with us in Los Angeles for a few months. Raise from Marco, Queen Jack of Diamonds, 9-6 deuce. 2 overs. Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw from Marco. This goes check, check. Andy's going to lead his middle pair for protection mainly. And Marco is going to get frisky and just call with Queen High. He's got plans for this river. River is a king of diamonds. And Andy's plans to go in check call mode since he feels like he has showdown. Marco is hoping that his Queen High would be good against something like the straight draws like 10-7 and 8-7 and perhaps even some heart draws. And he's going to win with his 2 pair. You guys have any questions for me? Once again, fire them in the chat. My name is JJ De La Garza. Shout out to Wayne for producing this show and getting Andy all the way down here from Taiwan. And we did start off 5-handed, but this is going to be a full game, I believe. Andy's going to raise this one up again, and Andy's going to win back-to-back hands. Actually, that's 3 in a row. Trifecta, the hat trick already for Andy. Make sure you guys do what it says in the bottom left corner. Smash that subscribe button. With your guys' support, you guys continue to help us grow this channel with just shy over 190,000 subs. Shout out to 2 of our new executive producers, Houston and Rick. David with Ace King of Hearts. Gonna bump it up to 150. Marco's gonna defend with the suited queen from his big blind. Jack 9 deuce. And David Seabed is going to do the magic and take that one down. I think Marco can mix there. Sometimes with this backdoor equity to go for some check raises, depending on sizing. Andy electing to go with 3.5x pre-flop, probably because there's some dead money in the pot. Remember, we are playing with 3 blinds and an Andy, 25, 25, 50. $50 big blind ante, 8, 7 deuce, 2 spades. Checks through turn 5. Marco gonna lead with his gutter equity. And it is the bottom end, so this is a pretty ambitious bet. And Andy's gonna go with the check raise with his turn straight. And Andy, who's been undefeated so far today. Three bet by Sammy the Bull with ace queen, and Eddie's gonna call with 8-7 of diamonds in position. Jack 9-8. Range advantage, I would say, is Eddie, who has all the jacks, 9s, and 8s. Although Sammy can have all the over pairs, and Sammy realizes this. So Sammy with his gut shot in 2 overs and 40% equity is gonna put in the bet. Tough spot for Eddie, who does have bottom pair. He does have the gut shot and does give it up. Eddie's not sure if the 10 rolls off, if his 7 would be good, and it would not. The 7 high straight would be up against Sammy's queen high straight. Marco's going to bump this one up to 175. Actually, Eddie raised that one up. Ace, Jack, Jack. Eddie with 2 pair, Andy with the gutter. Bet of 300. Sammy the Bull with 2 ladies in his hand. And Andy with 2 nines. With a snap 3-bet, and Eddie wakes up with pocket kings 5-handed. And Eddie with a monster. Sammy the Bull hoping that his queens are good and these players have ace king or an under pair. And a 5-bet by Sammy. And Eddie with 2 kings. Wondering if Sammy really has pocket aces here. That would be a sick cooler. Let's see if Eddie decides to get his kings in here. Or he decides to see a flop without an ace and gets them in as well. We see Sammy with 8,700 back. If I'm Eddie, I'm probably just getting them all in here pre-flop. And Eddie does go all in, and Sammy with the snap call. We're going to run this 2 times. $27,200 in this pot. 700 big blinds in this 25-25-50 game. First board, Eddie Pack. Sammy needs a queen and only a queen on the river, and Eddie's gonna scoop for the $27,200 pot. Eddie, who was not playing 5-5 too long ago, something like 6-7 years ago when he was in college and I met him. We were playing a 5-5 game, and here he is rocking on a high stakes Friday, scooping a $27,000 with some change pot. Quick shout outs to PS3 Shakes, Natty Wit, Nick from Yuma, Orbital, Mike Hatter, Wayne in the mix, Wayne our producer. What's up, Wayne? Peter Pan, BC, Mike Bordiux, Calvin La, Valentines, AF, Mitch Hetchett. The chat regs are in the mix. Who am I missing here, though? SS Dipping Sauce, Brett H. Hope you guys are enjoying this High Stakes Friday as we get these chips counted. Once again, I am JJ De La Garza, your commentator tonight. This is going to be a 5-hour show. We are playing with an action clock once again. These players have 30 seconds to act on every street. They have 5 time chips, each worth a minute. So they have 5 minutes worth of time bank, essentially. If they run out of time, their hand will be declared dead. All the blinds in this pot. We got a limp from the small and the big. Andy gonna bet his 8. Marco gonna come along with the flush draw. Turn 3. And now Marco bets 300. This flush draw. Let's see if Marco does bluff this. He does block the straight, so you can represent Queen 10 or 10-7, the gutties that got there. And Marco does just that and takes down the pot. We're going to see a lot of aggressive lines today because we know Andy's very aggressive, Sammy the Bull, and Marco all like to put pressure on their opponents. David, thus far, has been kind of out of the mix. And this is a bigger game. Remember, this is 25, 25, 50. Some of these players sitting with 27,000 plus, like Eddie Pack and Andy. Sammy with ace king and a race to 150. Ace 9-4. And Sammy's going to bet 225. And Sammy's going to take it down. No one has anything here. Once again, if you haven't just yet, smash that like button and hit the subscribe button. Helps us out with the YouTube algorithm. Those of you guys who love poker and have been watching Live at the Bike since its inception in 2006, the longest running poker show, live stream game. Jack 7-8 all spades. Sammy with the snap C-bet with his straight flush draw and his top pair. Marco, the bodybuilder from Florida, is going to build it, raise it up to 150. He owns a few supplement stores. We're going to go 3 ways to the flop. Queen 3-3. All the players whiff. And Andy's going to lead this flop. Very unorthodox. And David doesn't believe him, and David's going to keep Andy honest with the ace high call. Turn 10. David further improves. And he's going to bet 400. And David going to get sticky. 1625 now in the pot. River is a 5. David with all the bling around his neck and his wrist and a gold rollie is going to bet 500, a third sizing right into Andy and take down his first hand. Welcome to High Stakes Friday, David. Ace Jack 4 blind versus third blind. And Andy, who reaches for chips, Eddie snap mucks and says, we don't need to waste time. Let's get to the next hand. Eddie, who had a decent run in the main this year too, made it to day 3. I was pretty sad when he busted because we were hanging out every break, so a little bit of morale kept us alive. You know, we're able to talk about some hands and some bad beats and.
What did you expect? Oh yeah. But I made this. What do you do there? I do recruiting and assets. Recruiting what? Assets. Ad sales? Okay.
5 ways to flop, queen, queen, 8. Turn is a 7. Andy betting 5th pot with his 2 pair. David with the straight. And Andy checks. He's going to go check, check. And there's 2 pairs on the board. Andy's 3rd pair does not count and does not go for a bluff here. And David's going to win another one.
Yeah. I mean, I don't play too much tennis, but okay. Yeah. Always play some of that. Yeah. The mask is in this direction. Huh? The mask is in this direction. You're in a World Series poker mask. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They gave me this to wear, so it's nice. Yeah. I don't really like it. I feel like the main event plays like cash though. So you're so deep, it's like. Yeah. It's definitely good. Yeah. I love my
Andy with the raise, 2 mystery cards. Ace, 9, 5, 2 hearts. Middle pair for David. Natural to check it over to the aggressor as he does, and Andy's going to take a bite with the unknown hands. Andy could be uncapped and very aggressive. Turn 5. Oh, nice lead by David. David understands he does have more 5s in his arsenal than Andy. Andy shouldn't be betting too many 5s on the flop. Spidey senses for David. That is a very well played hand sneakily by David. Eddie's going to raise this up to 175. Queen 5-3, middle set for Eddie. Dave with 2 jacks, and Andy gonna defend with his 3, trying to flop a third 3. Queen 8-4, 2 clubs. David reaches for a bunch of chips and throws in 350 and a 450. Sammy with Queen Jack, raising up to 200. Queen 9-8. Top pair for Sammy. Gutty for David. David gonna peel to try to spike a jack. Turn 4 of diamonds. 12.25 in the pot, and Sammy still reaching. Sammy's gonna bet 700. A little more than half the size of the pot. And David does not peel with his gut shot. I wonder at what frequency David was wondering to turn his hand to a bluff and rep a 10 jack, since he does have a 10 in his hand. Short-handed poker thus far. I believe those seats will be filled. Looks like a couple limpers, and Marco with the old saying, punish the limpers with king 5 off. He's going to rob those limpers. Eddie with the 3-bet with ace queen suited. Andy's going to peel very light in position, potentially to outplay Eddie. And this is an ace 7-6 2 diamond board. Eddie with top pair and Andy with a flush draw. Also, possibilities to a straight. And Andy reaches for raising chips and makes it 1550. Andy is representing a set of 6s, a set of 7s, perhaps 7-6, 2 pairs in sets. We see he has the flush draw. So let's see how many chapters of this story will unfold where Andy goes with aggression and keeps representing these strong hands. Also 4-5 gets there with that 3 of hearts. Andy did have something like 4 or 5 diamonds. Turn goes check, check, and a river deuce of diamonds. And I believe Eddie just swatted a flyaway. That was not a check. And now puts in the check. We know Andy likes to go big in these spots and get paid by an ace. Let's see if Andy bets. Oh, Andy's going for a smaller size bet than I thought. 15. Something like 40% pot size. And now Eddie has to risk 1,500 to win 57.25. Eddie only has to be good here something like 1 in 5 times. Is Eddie good here 20% of the time? Looks like Eddie's going to pay him off. Time chip extension for Eddie. Eddie has a minute to think about this. If Eddie was to lay this down, that would be extremely impressive. Especially against a very aggressive, capable player like Andy. But Eddie does make the call and sees Andy's flush. Ace King 7. Andy with top pair and range advantage. He's gonna bet 250. Marco with a spicy call 3-way with middle pair 6 kicker. Turn 5 as he checks it over to Andy. Bet 800 from Andy. And Marco's still continuing on. Marco putting Andy on some sort of flush draw. River is a 9 of spades. And this goes check, check, and Andy's going to win another pot. Andy with the raise with 2 queens. Queen 6, 7. David with top pair. And David again going to lead in these spots. David's lead gets Andy to peel 1 at least. Turn 9 of hearts. David with the bet of 600 into 1550. And gives up the 2 queens. Very disciplined by Andy. Andy assumes that if David had something like 8-9, a straight draw that let out, or 9-10, the gut shot, perhaps David would slow down once he turns a pair. So Andy strikes David for having a king in his hand, and Andy was absolutely correct.
I don't care either. If we don't do it, you guys want to draw from face of black running, you want to rotate it.
Usually, I mean, the top, that's how I would do it. We do the first card on the left.
Oh, just like a regular hand, and then
The C number case.
yeah,
The first, the blush and plus quarter on top of the set, right?
I'm okay with whatever you guys want to do.
Okay. So just play it normal? Okay. So you guys really want to do it. I won't do that.
So this hand, whatever the left card seat is, they pay less, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You guys are doing that quarter on top too? The zero?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, it's not that hard.
Can you include that in the price?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. 150.
These players deciding how to divvy up the collection. 886. So usually in these collection games, what these players do is $12 per half an hour. So what these players will gamble for collection plus the $25 tip pot every half hour. So every half hour there is 5 players at the table times 12, which is $60, plus a $25 tip included from the players, so $85. So they'll gamble on the tip pot plus collection pot by their seat. And since there's an 8 on the window card, that means that Marco will pay for all the players. That's how they gamble for the collection / tip pots. There's no rake every hand in these big games. It's collection game at the bicycle. Once the limit is over 10-20, no limit. Marco peeling with his open-ended. Eddie's deuce is still good until that river. Now 8s and 5s. King high for Marco with his 2 pair is good. Let's see if Eddie takes a stab with deuce high. And Eddie's going to represent an 8 here. Eddie's going to tell the story with the big bulky bet that he has an 8. And I absolutely really like this. Eddie effectively has played the board here. And Eddie's aggression takes down the pot. 4,500 in that one.
How are we doing?
Well, you were the 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the ace not here?
Yeah. 95.
Give you guys some shout outs. Shout out once again to PS3 Shakes, Mike Hatter, Bestie G, Tyler Swin, Niff, Christopher Leroy, Orbital, and you're gonna bump this one up with Queen 10 of clubs. Shout out to Deepak, Hold'em Media Dan, Eddie Vendor, Fancy Feast, Josh G, Asian Andy's in the mix as well. Mad Benjamin, Time Traveler Poker. We're gonna go 4 ways to this flop. King 5-5. rainbow. Andy's gonna bet this one. And he'll fire at any clubs on this turn and some wrap cards around the king that give him a straight draw, like a jack, a nine, or an ace most likely. Let's defer back to Andy on this turn card. Turn 7.
You never seen these guys before, must be.
River's an ace, and does Andy decide to go with an aggressive line here? And Andy bets 1,200. 1,100, that is. And Marco does make the call with the king.
Really showed that hand open. I thought it was a winner for a second. I was like, wait, what did I miss? That looks like Queen Hide. No, that's Queen Hide. Confidence. There's a long way even outside of it. Two.
Going through ace to the flop. Andy getting frisky and jiggy on his button with 6 deuce of diamonds. David leading out his top pair once again. And I wonder how and when Andy is going to raise the lead. And just like clockwork, Andy says, if you're going to lead to me, you can't do it too often. Because Andy makes it 1,400 on this jack 4 deuce 2 spade board. I had a feeling Andy wasn't gonna like being led in too many times. Turn is a 4. A good card for David because Andy shouldn't be leading with too many 4s unless he had a set of 4s, which would now be quads from the flop, or raising deuces. So that 4 takes away a ton of Andy's combos of a 4. And David now leads 1,500. And David could tell the story better than Andy can, who has more 4s in their arsenal. Especially David calling from the third blind could have, I believe, more 4s than Andy leading and calling a raise than Andy would be raising. And Andy's going to think about this for another minute. We rarely see Andy using a time chip extension. Andy usually thinks automatic and fast and snap. Andy, the GG sponsor pro. Goes by Andy Stacks Poker on his social media platforms. And let's defer to Andy after there's been some buns being clicked in this pot. And David wins another one. And David, who bought him for 6,000, is now up a little over 9,000. So up about 60 big blinds. Somebody's ring is going off at this table. I believe it's David. It must be right next to the dealer's mic. David now with ace queen. Make it 200 to go. King 8-7. Goes check check. Turn 6. Marco checks once again, and this goes check check once again. River is a 7. And check check, and David's gonna win with ace high. Usually blind versus blind ace high is good. Thank you guys for tuning in. Please smash that like button and hit the subscribe button. We are just shy over 190,000 subs. Thank you guys for your support of Live at the Bike, the first poker live stream, and still going to this day. We have some awesome news and a revamp in progress, even though I don't like spoilers and to tell you guys too much, so you guys can be in awe and shocked. Sammy's gonna raise this one up to 150. Ace 8 deuce 2 diamonds. Sammy with the bet of 150. Andy with the peel with the bottom pair. Turn 5 of spades. $375 from Sammy the Bulldozer. Sammy doing what he does best, bulldozing the table.
Really, they're younger than that much better though.
Exactly. They're not as much. Oh yeah? Would they like mail you the bracelet?
A7-5, all clubs monotone. Andy with 2 pair gonna lead into the field. Turn 6 of clubs, and now Eddie with the queen high flush. He's gonna bet one check two. Hopefully we get the scoreboard up soon. You guys can see who's winning, the cumulative winnings.
Their headquarters in the Bay Area.
Yeah,
But they have offices all over. Unaired, they have it in Miami, Spain, Korea.
Are they one of the companies that's staying in Silicon Valley, or are they one of the ones that are moving? 275.
They're gonna stay. They have to stay. All of the big execs live in the Bay Area. I don't think
But there's so many off.
yeah.
I was one of the original guys that signed for Facebook. So I graduated in 2001.
Raised to 275 from Andy. 10-7-5. Top pair for Andy. Big draw for David with a straight draw and a flush draw. And a call from David. Turn 10. Andy with trips, king kicker. And Andy bets 800, and I don't know how Andy thinks so quickly on what's the correct bet size. Andy is like a robot here. David can win with an 8 or any diamond, has 30% equity continues with the call, which feels normal. River is a 6, 2 pair for David. 6s and 10s, but way behind Andy's trip 10s. Andy probably going to go for a big bulky bet once his opponent calls 2 streets. And Andy bets 2,400. And seed number 6, JD, is in the mix. JD has a fun playing style. Welcome, JD. We're going to see some crazy hands being played today because JD, Andy, Sammy the Bull, and Marco all like to apply a lot of pressure.
We drove, that was the problem. We were supposed to leave last night and we couldn't. And then we tried this morning and it was a thing. So now I'm gonna have to make some moves to make it work the way it is. Well, normally it's like 6 hours, but Katie came up with an ear infection, so we had to go around to the coast. Before anything else gets. Yeah. How much? I started with 12,000.
Wayne looking really fresh with a haircut.
Yes. I know, well, gotta represent.
Chris, first hand, and a 3-bet from his big blind. Goes by JD. See when we get that fixed. And JD goes for the delay C-bet. JD's dog and his fiance. And his fiance says, break a leg.
It's not what it's from, but it looks like it. So it's Mox Sapphire. Oh, okay. I'm colorblind. Do you play Magic? Oh, yeah. I played when it first was popular. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Way less than 95. Yeah. I played fourth edition too. 95, 96. Yeah, I played my older son when he was like 12. We started playing it, and then my younger son, he played it. So fortunately, we kept all the cards.
King 6-5, 2 hearts.
What like edition are they on now? They just came out with a D&D set.
Marco bets 100
Really cool. It's a crossover. Yeah, that's it.
with his 6. Eddie's going to come along with his open-ended straight draw. Eddie turns the best hand with that 8 of diamonds. Check. 5 on the river. And Eddie's going to bet 175.
The neat thing is the cards, right? Yeah. Exactly, yeah. Part of fun when you back then was like buying a pack of cards and just like seeing what kind of rare cards you get. Exactly. Just going through it, you decide that thoroughly. Yep. And then you don't even know whether they're good or not. Yeah. This is awesome. Yeah. What's crazy is some of the cards that started out being worth nothing at the time are now worth a fortune. Are they really? Yeah, and then other cards are worth a ton then and now are worth. Yeah. The only one I Yeah, yeah. Oh my god. A Black Lotus just sold for, I think, like 800 grand for one. I mean, no, perfect. 15. It's like a 10, right? But even just any alpha Black Lotus is worth 50, 60. Even bad ones. And then for alpha, and then betas are worth like 40. Unlimited are worth like 25. The Power 9 alphas are just stupid expensive. Yeah. Oh, they're possible.
Marco gonna raise it up with the king jack. Andy's gonna defend his third blind. 6-7 deuce. Check, check. Check, check again. Marco hoping that his king high is good enough for showdown. And it goes check down. 450 with king high. Shipped to Marco.
That's tomorrow. Basically, there's some restricted cards in certain, like, you can only use one of them, but all basic. But the main big change from other Magic is they came out with this thing called Planeswalkers. Did they have those in your Yeah, they're really cool. I thought they were going to ruin the game, but they're just like, basically like another you. And they have kind of special abilities and stuff.
And Chris with another 3-bet versus Eddie's early position open. Chris with ace 4. The removal to the ace. 9-6-5. Rainbow. 2 overs for Eddie. $1,000 in the pot. Eddie has some good turn cards for his hand, like a 10 or an 8. Obviously a queen or a jack. Turn 5. And Chris is going to go with the delay C-bet. Saying the story that he checked something like an overpair on this flop and now going for value. And Eddie with the spidey senses and a raise to 1,200. Well done by Eddie to realize the situation that it didn't make quite a lot of sense. The story just did not add up.
The war's off. For now. Very good. It was an armistice, so at least one eye. New people we don't like each other. Right? Think about one more time.
Chris with the bet of 1,600. And Sammy with the call. Sammy trying to make a play at this. And the river brings the one-liner to the straight, and Andy's two pair now got straighted by Chris. And Chris says all in with the straight of 9,000. Sammy perhaps is going with the float there, hoping to rep the nut flush if a spade rolled off. Did have a gut shot draw.
There's a couple gallons of gas. It was teetering. It was like, oh, okay, yeah. 275. I didn't want to just go, shit. Accidentally put that big in it.
Andy gonna bump it up to 275 with his ace-7 of diamonds. Ace-King 4. Middle pair for Eddie and David. Andy still with the best of it. Most importantly, he can rep the strongest range, although he does have top pair.
Thank you. You seem like a kid at a carnival.
And we're gonna go three ways to this turn. Eddie and David have seen a lot of Andy over the years, know that he's way more than capable of betting a flop without top pair. Andy again reaches for a bunch of chips and mashes a big bet. Bet of 1,400. David getting sticky with just middle pair. 4,800 in the pot. And Andy scooping out some more value. Looks like a quarter pot size. Trying to get exactly called by a king. And Andy has assessed the situation perfectly. Andy is so spot on in this spot. Andy doesn't put David on a bigger ace since David limped pre-flop. He doesn't think that David could have something like ace-10. Or ace-9 or ace-jack, because David limped. So Andy, what an amazing hand read the situation to know that top pair is good and go for 3 streets with just a 7 kicker.
Oh, did you? Yeah, it's super good. Oh, awesome. Is it supposed to be refrigerated? It doesn't have to be, but it's best if you do. I don't know what happened with the, I don't remember ordering a second one, but I got a second one. And I'm glad because I think I left it near a heat source or in the window or something. So I opened it one day and it was like, bleh, and it's like spit up. But the second bottle I put it in the fridge and it's been great. Yeah, the flavor is perfect and the once in the and the spice is like exactly right. It's not. Actually, I brought some. I'll give you guys some. Sweet.
So JD, I believe it says Chris under his name, but he goes by JD. Andy's gonna raise it up with King 7 of Hearts, Jack, 10-9 Rainbow, gutter for Andy. Turn 6. 625 in the pot. Looks like it goes check around again, and Marco's threes are good, and it goes check through again, and Marco's gonna win with just 2 threes. So JD in seat number 6. Him and his son created a hot sauce. It's called Habbo sauce. I believe the story is they would go to Cabo or Cancun every summer and just eat at this same spot and love the hot sauce, and they try to critique to about the same thing that they fell in love with. And his son being young, Chris told him, I want you to try to start your own business. He encourages all of his kids to start their own businesses, and his son created a habanero sauce, and it's called Habbo sauce. And if you guys would like to check it out, you guys can go to habbosauce.com. I'm lucky enough that JD always brings me a bottle or two. I smash it all over my eggs, just like I smash the like button and the subscribe button, so you guys can take time out of your enjoying this show to do the same. Ten nine deuce. Very dynamic flop for these players' hands. Mark with top pair, David with middle pair, and Eddie with an open-ended. Eddie's going to put in a bet of 300, and we're going to go 3 ways to the turn. 15-25 in the pot. Eddie can rep 8-7. He does have an 8 in his hand, and that's what he decides to do and bet 700. How sticky does Marco decide to get 3 ways? Marco does make the call. And we are going 3 ways to the river. River is a 6. And Eddie's going to put in the 3rd barrel. And Eddie just mashes in, it looks like about 2,000 or more of white chips. 1,800. And Marco now with the decision. He not only has to beat Eddie, but he has to be a little bit worried about David, who might also have a 10, better kicker. And Marco assesses the situation and calls. And Eddie says, nice call. And Marco's going to win a $72.25 pot. $7,225 pot. Since Andy's doing some table talking, I'm going to let you guys enjoy. New player, Ju just walked in seat number 9. Ju also from Indonesia. Jew has an aggressive style as well. A fun style, likes to put pressure. Shout out to Jew. Him and Ken one summer, ace 10 deuce 2 spades. Stayed home from the World Series. They were planning on playing a bunch of tournaments. And stayed and played almost every show throughout the week, throughout the whole World Series. They said, JG, you need help? We'll play every show. We won't go to the World Series. And they did just that and made my life so easy for scheduling the games when I was a producer at one point. So shout out to Jew. Always appreciate him for that.
Really? That's gonna be a good answer. Yeah, he wanted the phone call. He's like, why are you doing it now? I don't understand. We have grab some combo. Yeah, we have two or three bottles. No. But yeah. One second, sorry.
175 from David. King, queen off. King 9-3. Rainbow top pair for David, and JD just going to lead right into David. JD was the 3-better, and David's going to go all in for his 2,600, his remaining. David wins that pot and gain his stack back in the right direction. David, who was in for 6,000, now at a $4,000 stack. Raise it up from Jew. Queen 9 of spades. Three ways to flop. King 6 deuce. Rainbow. Bet by JD. Turn is an 8. 3 ways to this turn. Eddie with top pair. But his kicker is just a 3. But this does go check to the river. And Eddie sniping out some value, trying to get called by a 6 or a deuce or a weaker pair than a king. And here's the scoreboard. I was waiting for it to pop up. Eddie up 13,525. JD up 42.25 and just sat in. Andy up 2,300. Drew down 350. David down 2,000. Marco down 28.75. And the big spender thus far, Sammy, the bull, down $14,825. Sammy the bull can turn it around real quick though. And this is a bomb pot. I believe each player put in $100 pre-flop. Action is catching up though. And JD says he misses and wins with ace high because David's flush draw bricked out. Ace high in a bomb pot 8 ways and takes that one down, JD does. Shout out to the host at the bicycle, Patty Kang. And he's going to raise it up to 175 with king 10 off from the cutoff. And we're going to go 5 ways. And Drew's going to connect from his third blind with 9 deuce of hearts. So we can see this game getting out of the muck that started 5-handed for the first hour. Jack, Jack 7. Marco with an ace. And gets rivered by Eddie, who has a 6 high flush on this paired board. After Marco checked through the turn. Marco has caught Eddie bluffing a couple times today. Is going to keep him honest. But this time Eddie does have the goods. And JD has some spicy thoughts going on. Whether and at what frequency he can just bulldoze through this pot. And JD ends up making the call. And Eddie, after rivering that 6 high flush, makes max value. Andy with the open to 250. A little bit bigger than he's been going. And JD with a 3-bet, a small 3-bet in position. Perhaps there was a straddle this hand. Ace 6-4. Andy flops the best of it with top pair. Checks it over to JD. JD does not oblige. 3 on the turn. And Andy going for almost a pot-sized bet on this turn. Knows that there's 2 flush draws on this board. Very dynamic. 6-4-3. Could be some straight draws with a 5, a 7, or a deuce. Hearts, clubs. Andy bets big. Just in case JD has those draws.
I got the first guess. As soon as he pointed, I was like, oh. And his eyes already is.
And he's going to raise it up to 175. And no defenders pre-flop. King, queen wins the pot. And Eddie with 2 jacks as the table talk winds down. We're going 3 ways to the flop. Andy with a pair of 6s and an overpair on this 5-3 deuce. And Andy leads with this gutter and overpair. Turn is a queen. Eddie's jack still good, and he's going to bet this turn. Doesn't put anyone on a queen after it goes bet on the flop. Eddie's spidey senses are good. And Andy gives up 2 6s. What a good fold by Andy. I was wondering what line Andy would choose there. Since he does block the straight, how frequently does Andy bluff raise there? Andy decides not to get fancy or aggressive there and lets that one go. Pretty amazing fold on that turn.
When did LA go with that? How come I didn't put in over today? Was the leader or something? Okay. You're leading the charge. They need a 50-50. Let's get the flexi blast ready, right? Yeah, let's not, please. Let's not do that. That's the worst. 50-50. Okay. Is there a way to get the TVs on? Or they don't have it on? No, I thought they did it. Walk.
And JD gets the walk. Once again, we are playing 3 blinds with an ante, so 25, 25, 50. $50 big blind ante. Seat number 1, new to high stakes Friday, David. Seat number 3, Sammy, the Bull. Seat number 4, Andy, the GG sponsor pro, has played the most high stakes episodes in Live at the Bike history. Seat number 6, JD. Seat number 7, Eddie, who's just risen through the stakes. Seat number 8 is Marco, professional bodybuilder, owns a few nutrition shops as well. And seat number 9 is Jew, Hails from Indonesia and plays poker for months straight as he's in LA. 3 ways to the flop. King, queen, 5. Checks through. Jew feeling very frisky opening with the ace deuce off. Jew bets 350. Drew's aggressive style usually works magic for him in these spots. I've seen it time and time again. And Marco with ace, king, and a 3-bet after Sammy opens with 9-7 of clubs. And Sammy says, let's see a flop. Sammy, who's a big spender at this point. Sammy wants to get unstuck, and the way to get unstuck is to hit people with some of these suited connectors that are hidden. Jack A4. Sammy with the gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. Marco does decide to bet. Marco says, I have range advantage here. I am the 3-better. I can have all the over pairs. Sammy with the continue. Turn queen of hearts. And Marco does check this one. Sammy needs a 10 to make a straight. And Sammy says, I can rep this board. I can have ace queen. I could have 9-10 with the 9 in my hand. So I shall bet, and it gets through. Open from Marco, ace 10-9. Eddie's gonna lead his bottom pair. Marco calls with this gutter. And Jew also with bottom pair. It's gonna make the call. This is a spicy lineup here on High Stakes Friday. These players are getting very sticky. Turn is an 8. Straight for Marco has 93% equity. $13.25 in the pot. And Marco decides to bet 800. Eddie and Jew with the same hand. A 9 with the gut shot. Marco does win this pot. Jew did not just tank because he was Hollywooding. Jew has a lot of game in his arsenal and is not afraid to put in raises there, Light. Ace, King, 10. David with 2 jacks. He did not 3-bet them pre-flop. Now 2 overs to his jacks, although he does have a gut shot. Marco does put in a bet. And David with a raise with his slow play jacks. And a snap win for David. Uniquely played. Marco with a light raise on the button. 10-7-0. And Andy with 2 kings and a 3-bet. Ace, ace, jack, and Marco flopping a full house. As this goes checked, and quads for Marco. Andy checks, and Marco's going to bet 400 with quad aces. And Andy with just a flat, just in case Marco does have an ace in his hand. Check by Andy. 2,000 in the pot. And how much does Marco bet to get a call from Andy? $19.75 and a snap call. And Andy's going to see Marco's quads. 150 from Marco with A7 of spades. 3-bet by Sammy with 7-4 of hearts. Sammy in the mix. Andy with the pair, and he's going to come along in this cold call 3-bet spot. Ace 8-4. Marco way ahead with 79% equity. Checks it over to Sammy, who bets his bottom pair $650. Call by Marco. Turn is a 10. And does Sammy want to keep repping the strongest range? Ace King and Ace Queen. And no, this goes check, check. River is a queen. And Sammy, who's out of position, knows that most likely his 4 is no good, but does check it over to Marco. Once again, 2,750 in the pot. And now Marco wondering if he can go for some value versus pocket kings and jacks. And a bet of 1,700 and a snap fold by Sammy, but good instincts for Marco to go for some value there.
Yeah.
I'm Patty, by the way.
Raise from Marco with 2 5s. We're going to go 4 ways to this flop. 10, 8, 7. Eddie with his pair of 7s as this goes check through the turn. Turn is a jack. Checks through the turn. And river is a king. Eddie's 7 is good.
Yeah, there's 7 people in that. Yeah, that's 98, isn't it? 74, 85, 95. Yeah. But I don't think I'm good.
David with the limp and Andy with a huge ISO with Jack 5 suited. JD coming along with Ace 10. Has Andy spades dominated. And we're going to go 3 ways to the flop. 10, 9, 3, 2 diamonds. Top for JD. Check through though. Andy does not stab. Andy now turns an open-ended. JD is going to do the leading though with his top pair. Knows that this board is super dynamic. Flush draw possible. Many straight draws. Even a straight now is possible with 3 ways to a straight on board. And at what frequency does Andy raise or just flat here? Let's defer back to the man who's played the most high stakes episode. And when we say defer, Andy defers with the frequency of raise. And JD's going to come along for the 1750. Knows that this board is really dynamic and mainly playing against the player Andy, who he knows is very aggressive. River is a brick. Either Andy had the goods on the turn or he missed. And JD with a snap check to Andy. And again, Andy trying to defer what's best and close to optimal in this scenario. And he decides to check. Ship the $5,050 over to JD. Once again, we are playing with 3 blinds and an ante, 25, 25, 50, $50 big blind ante, $150 in every single pot. If you haven't already, please smash the like button, hit the subscribe button as well. Sammy with pocket jacks, also known as hooks, is going to raise it up to 200. Five ways to the flop. If you guys like action, that's what we've got tonight. Ace 10 3, monotone clubs. Checks through and the turn is a 9. Jacks are still good somehow. River is a king, and David now with the check mark. And David wins with the check through pot with the king on the river. And Andy with my favorite hand, pocket eights, the snowman. Jew gonna continue with queen 10 as well to the flop. Queen 9-6, top pair for Jew. Andy, who has third pair, checks it back. River is the biggest brick in the deck, the deuce, but does bring a club draw. Andy's going to peel versus Jew's $400 bet. Andy and Jew have tangled many times. River is a 5 of spades. And Jew doesn't believe that Andy checks back many queens and is going to go for value of 1100. Jew does not view Andy being balanced and checking back some queens, like perhaps Queen Jack or King Queen once in a while. Because if Jew did, then he wouldn't be attacking this board and go for value in this spot. And Andy is not folding. Andy's just going to pay Jew off. Jew with the $3,675 pot. Eddie with the raise. 3 bet by Jew with King, Queen of Hearts. Action on David with the dominated king. Does make the cold call. Queen 10-8. Action flop. Eddie very light here with King 3 of diamonds. Top pair for Jew. Open-ended for David. 1,500 and an all-in and a snap fold by Eddie. Turn is a jack. And river is a 5. And Jew is going to win the $9,100 pot. And David, who spun it up his stack just about under 10,000. Could not win that last hand with his open-ended straight draw. Jew with open with ace jack. And JD with the spicy 3 with King 5 of diamonds. Heads up to the flop. 8-6-3, 2 diamonds. Flush draw for JD, who piles in some aggression. Jew does have the ace of diamonds in his hand. He does two overs. And he can backdoor the nut flush. And JD with turning equity to his gut shot. He's going to pile in more aggression. Get ace high to fold. And that's how you see in No Limit Texas Hold'em. Usually the most aggressive players are fighting for pots, winning in those spots, really helping their win rate in spots where a lot of players wouldn't fight for it.
I was thinking kind of like the last year, but like I said, put a lot of countries in it. Exactly. Yeah, they're all just so different and unique in some way.
So you quarantine in
Quarantine, 2-week quarantine. And it's like real quarantine too, not like
Yeah,
like
yeah.
you actually like make sure you're not sneaking out. It's like somebody checks up on you and you don't want the government officials to call.
175. Yeah. That's good though, right?
Yeah,
You're gonna
that's why it was
quarantine
so
one.
safe for,
Yeah, the real one.
there's like no cases. There's no way that there's ever be anything with that kind of play.
Yeah. It's just,
You were gonna
Jew raising up to 175 with ace 3. 3 ways to the flop. Queen 7 deuce.
we almost had an insurrection. I guess we did have an insurrection of a mass, but 350.
Jew bets 350. Andy with top pair. It's not the best, but he can backdoor a straight and backdoor a flush. He's going to proceed with top pair almost always, even with the weak kicker. Turn is 6. Andy, who planned on playing the queen 5 to make a flush, is now going for value with just top pair.
On the butt. On the butt. Oh my god, I've ever been so excited Even better, you need to
And pay attention, boys and girls, because the scoreboard will be up.
Yeah, that's it. Last time
And here's the chip counts.
pocket aces, I lost it. So doing 100 Easter. Now, don't give me pocket
Cumulative winnings. Eddie's still the big winner, up
unless it comes in.
14,650. JD up 7,450. Jew up 4,100. Marco, Andy, Stuck, and Sammy the Bull still the big spender, down 15,100. And a bomb pot, each player is going to put in $100. Then we're going to take action straight to the flop. There will be no raising or action pre-flop. If you've played a bomb pot before, please put a 1 in the chat. King 5-8. Jew is going to lead 200 with his pair of 5s. Turn is an 8. JD with 2 queens. And JD's going to bet this on this paired board. JD is probably trying to bet this and hoping that the river goes check, check, and he wins with some showdown. Jew does make the call. And Jew with the rivered ace. And this does go check, check. So JD did check to check it down.
Queens now, I look at queens and I'm like, not queens, come on, anything but those. Please take check. Let's try it. What is the goal? Bet when you're ahead, fold when you're behind. Check. All your money when you were positive, and you then put a dime in when you were.
Eddie with 2 deuces. We saw him get a bluff through versus Marco earlier with deuces. Queen 10-9. Check, check. Turn 7. And Sammy that turns a flush draw is going to bet and take this one down. Always good when you can take it down with 5 high.
There's a lot. It's really good. I play it. Well, there's stone. Really, which the game's very ridiculous. That's where I get it. Yeah, crazy.
And welcome seat number 2. She goes by Dory. And I think on Instagram she goes by Dory888. Dory, I follow her stories on Instagram. She was on a very big poker heater all of 2021. So welcome, Dory. Dory has a tight, aggressive style. I've seen her get some bluffs through in the past, though, so she knows how to use her image wisely. Eight, 6, 3. Marco passes up on a continuation bet. Probably just trying to get the showdown value with his ace high. We saw him get to showdown with ace high once before. This time, Andy does not let him. Andy bets his 6. You're going to raise it up with 2 4s. Ace, King, 7. 3 overs to Jew's 4s, but Jew's going to rep this range of Ace, King, and Ace, Queen, and going to put in a bet of 200. JD's going to peel with a gut shot, or what he perceives to be a gut shot. And Jew's aggression representing a king or an ace. And some shout outs: DJS, JW, Sid, Alan Henderson, Sandy Joy in the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat, Jimmy Bluffit mixing it up with us, D-Lo. Thank you guys all for tuning in. Alan Henderson, Rufo, J Min, Leonardo Brown.
I ended up in mid quarantine. I'm like, I need to just buy stuff. That's like 20 pounds that though.
And Jew raising it up. Eddie calling with King Queen from his third blind. 9-7-8. Neither player likes this flop, and this does go check check. Turn jack. Eddie with the spidey sense is going to rep the straight. And Eddie, who's played flawless today. And I think that's why I did so well in the main event. I was able to talk some poker on my breaks with Eddie, getting my head in the right direction, looking for the precise spots to take advantage and bluff with, as well as go for some value spots. Well done, Eddie.
It's mainly getting rid of sugars, right? It's mainly getting rid of carbohydrates, right? The keto. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, really? Anything that has, yeah.
Even a grain, whole grain?
Collections part of the building? Yeah. I hear it works really good. I basically have a keto diet. I'm allergic to wheat, so I can't eat a lot of grains anyway, so I end up basically just eating chicken all day. Chicken and eggs.
Andy from the cutoff with ace jack, JD with fours, 9-8 deuce, all clubs. Andy with the biggest club, putting out his C bet. JD's gonna come along with his pair. He does have 4 clubs. He does not want to see a club on this turn. Pair board 8. Bet of 1,000 from Andy. And Andy does get those 2 fours to fold. The perks of having an aggressive style.
Yeah. They have it outside. And I really love the ambiance up there. It's pretty tense. It was really great, except that it was, you would either get too cold or too hot. During the day, it would get too hot, but in the day, it was just pretty hot. Last summer, it was brutal. I mean, and then during the winter, it was cold. So you start playing, you got the best coat on, but you know, they made it really nice. On a regular day, like when it was it was awesome. Wind would be, breeze would be blowing through, but not, it was really nice.
Raise to 150 from Sammy. We're gonna go 5 ways. Dory in the mix. Jack 4 deuce. Rainbow. JD set of 4s gets no action.
Oh, okay, okay. I never been. I don't know the geography so well. Used to be the capital city of China. Used to be the capital city.
Raise from JD, and it looks like a squeeze from Sammy, who wakes up with 2 10s from his third blind. We've seen Sammy squeeze really light, so let's see how much action he gets here. And Sammy's 2 10s take down the pot. Drew is going to raise this one up to 200 with his ace queen. Andy is going to defend his third blind. Queen 5 4 deuce. Andy with the gutter. Top for Jew. Jew's going to put in a C bet for value. Let's see how bulky goes on the turn. 900 in the pot. Turn 5. Andy still with just a gutter ball. Jew's gonna bet 650. And Andy's gonna come along with just the gut shot. River Queen thinks that Jew can have something like 7-8 and 5-7 or flush draws, but the flush now gets there. That's why you see Andy peeling with just ace high. He knows that Jew is quite aggressive.
How you been?
Very good.
Good.
Got back from vacation.
Oh, okay. Are you commentating tomorrow?
I am.
Awesome. I'm gonna play.
Well, unless these guys take home.
Perfect.
JD with another spicy 3-bet with ace 4 off. Turn 4 as this flop goes check check on 10, 8, 7, 2 spades. Sammy with a blocker bet. Hoping that JD just has 2 overs to block his 6 out draws. And a straight for Sammy the Bull with his 6 and 2 6s in his hand. Possible flush on the board though. And he checks it over to JD, and JD's going to turn his bottom pair of 4 into a bluff. Bet and a snap call by Sammy the Bull. Think long, think wrong, and that's why Sammy the Bull just snapped off JD.
Guess I used the all-in button. That was too easy. The cat's all right. Yeah, okay, you got it, you got it.
Andy gonna raise it up, trying to steal the big blind and the third blind with Jack 8 off. Gets called by JD with the mystery hand. 9-9-7. Gutter ball for Andy. Gonna rep this paired board, which he understands is hard to hit. JD with the call, turn 4 of diamonds. And JD gonna use the aggression versus Andy. Aggression versus aggression. And JD with the unknown hand, he can have a straight draw. He can have a 9 for trips. Three-way limp between all the blinds. King 10-6. Remember, there is 3 blinds and an ante today. A small blind, a big blind, and a third blind. So you see the 3B under Marco's name. 300 by JD. Eddie with the call. JD with 2 pairs. 10s and queens. Surprisingly, Eddie didn't go for that. We've seen Eddie go for quite a few bluffs. Maybe he feels like he's got so many through, he didn't want to risk that one as well.
The last thing you want to hear is which ones. Yeah, well, maybe I'm shut down.
And Dory winning a pot. Let's go, Dory. And everyone's going to fold to Sammy's third blind. Raise from Eddie and a 3-bet by Marco with Ace King. Queen 9, 7, all hearts. Marco with the King of Hearts, Eddie with the 10 of Hearts and a pair of 10s. Check, check. Turn queen. And let's see if Eddie now feels like he wants to put in a blocker bet to deny equity. And that's exactly what Eddie does. And Eddie puts in another bet for value. Hoping that Marco gets sticky with some pair that's worse than his 2 pair. Eddie does bet 1,200 into about 2,750. And he does get called by ace high. And Dory with 2 queens as she sees a raise and a 3-bet in front of her. And Dory elects to put in the 4-bet to $1,200. And Dory's gonna scoop with her 2 queens. Dory's gonna raise this one up with 7-6 suited. Sammy and Marco gonna make the call. King 7-4. Dory does have backdoor straight and backdoor flush possibilities to go along with her middle pair. She does bet 250. Marco peels with his bottom pair. Turn 9. And Dory's hand just trying to get to showdown value seems normal, and she does check it back. River 5. And this does go check, check, and Dory's going to scoop this one.
Have we ever not gotten, there's like 1 or 2 years where we didn't get the golden basketball, right?
Yeah, I think Spain won that year.
There's like, there was a year we objected with like with the USSR, and there was like one flunk year, or fluke year, I guess it's like that.
Yeah.
Is that the year where like the professionals couldn't compete? 200.
No, we were stacked that year.
Wow, even more embarrassing.
We were definitely stacked.
Andy with the raise with King 9, and it looks like we're going to go 4 ways on the 6-6-5 flop. Check through and a deuce of hearts. JD with the best hand with bottom pair with these gutty. And JD's going to bet just in case his deuce is good to defend equity, and that's exactly what he accomplished.
He's a clean cut, so he's a purebred, but he's just basically a small husky.
There's another mix of the husky that's similar.
There's like Pomsky,
Yeah, yeah.
Those are like, you know, 2 breeds together.
Right.
This is like a new breed, so he's not a dwarf or anything, he's just a small dog. That looks like a big dog.
Right.
Which is good, because they have, you know, less health problems.
Right.
He's a stinky. That's his nickname.
JD with the raise, the ace 9, 10-8-3. Checks through. Bet a 500 from Jew. He does have a 5 of clubs in his hand to make a straight and or a flush, and his stab does the trick.
Andy, go.
Oh, shit. You were standing like slightly behind the light, I couldn't see it. I was in fact blinded by the light. Story checks out, so the song checks out. 200. $650.
Sounds like we have a 3-bet to 650 as our graphics catch up. Marco with ace king of diamonds. JD needs to get his cards in the sensor reader. I can see they're not in there. Slide them over, JD. JD is dominated with ace jack, ace 3 deuce, and we're gonna see some fireworks with this ace on the flop. bet of 500. And a call. And a turn ace. And Marco is probably going to get the full double in this hand. He just cooler JD. 24.50 in the pot. And how much does Marco grab to get the full double? Wow. And Marco bets 2,000. And a snap call by JD. And the river is a king of spades. Full house for Marco. And let's see if Marco says the two magic words of all in. Hoping to get paid by a worse ace or a now rivered flush.
Why did they even call the stupid...
And JD makes the fold. Well done by JD to fold trip aces. That's a pretty insane fold by JD. Well done. Jew with a 3-bet with pocket nines. Marco with a light defend here with Jack 10 off. 7 deuce deuce. A board that is tough to hit. And Jew bets tiny. 200. Oh, he bets 400. Okay. Defends equity from the 2 overs though.
You don't owe anything. He's so ridiculously smart. That's why we call him Steve. He's just always up to something. 175.
And Eddie with ace queen from his third blind, and let's see if he's gonna squeeze this one up. And Eddie squeezes it up to 575 and gets two callers, dominating both hands in ace and Sammy's queen high. And Eddie's gonna put in the C bet on this 883 board.
What kind of site is the GGT?
Basically the China site for poker.
I thought it was for like eating competition. So. Okay, this is a Pablo pot. So whoever wins this pot gets the bottle of Pablo. And if I win the pot, then the dealer gets it.
So JD, there's his Habo Sauce, his son's company. You guys can check it out at habosauce.com.
You know what? I ordered it.
He said the winner of this pot will win the Habo Sauce, and if he wins the pot, then it goes straight to the dealer.
It's not.
So you don't need like a 3 bet.
Yeah. It's not like burning, scorching.
And your guys' favorite moment's gonna pop on the stream, this scoreboard. And we're back after that commercial from Butter. And I guess, hopefully we get the scoreboard up soon. I thought we were going to throw up the scoreboard for you guys. But this is a bomb pot. Each player puts in $100 in the pot. Then we see the flop. King 10-9. Let's see as these players start playing post flop and the graphics start popping up.
Well, then you get to taste it.
And Andy wins the bomb pot and the Habo Sauce.
Okay, but let's move.
So it's good on everything.
It's great on everything. Eggs, burgers, pizza is super good. It's really like good in like hot, what are those called? Lumpy beans, or like inside stuff. It's really good. Yeah, I know, right? It's like,
Also, it's one of those things where like once I start eating other stuff, I can't eat the same food without
Yeah.
eating.
Yeah.
It's addicting. What's that? Yeah, yeah. I know what you're thinking. Like I had cilantro on everything. Literally everything. You know, cilantro, the pepper sauce. It's like, I just start panicking and like my cilantro gets low in my mouth. I know, right? I'm like, oh, I gotta go get some. It's like, shit, well,
It's like, what's great about that is when sriracha is not good, that's good. It's almost the opposite. You know, I mean, sriracha's good on everything, but like eggs and stuff, it's just a little off the way it's actually.
Jew at the raise with ace jack and the takedown pre-flop.
what is this?
Second one.
And JD wakes up with pocket queens. He's going to raise it up to 200. Ace Jack 6 as we go 4 ways to the flop. Somehow queens are still good even though the ace is on the flop, and it goes 4 ways. JD with a bet of 400. And no takers. Marco gonna raise it up with Queen 9 of hearts. Queen 6 7. Top pair. Looks like it's a bet from Marco and 2 folds. Pretty awesome hand for Marco when he can make a backdoor straight and backdoor flush to go along with somewhat not of a great kicker of the 9. And a 3 bet from Jew. And Dory's going to come along with the cold call with her 2 9s. Ten deuce deuce, 2 hearts. And Jew's aggression wins with king high. And Jew is quite a master of taking down pots. Open from Andy to 175. And a 3 bet from JD with Ace Jack to 500. 866. JD's going to check this one over to Andy. And Andy is going to pounce. And a check raise from JD to 2100. And JD's check raise Might set Andy on a little bit of steam. That's my prediction. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Andy might get a little steamed. Put 2 if Andy's going to be cool, calm, and collective. 1 steam, 2 cool, calm, and collective.
Right, I know. I think they're
Crazy
skipping.
up there.
I think they're skipping. They're not skipping.
No, they must be. Because every time I look up there, it's like, what the hell is going on? Quick signal. 175. Raise 1,000.
And Jew with non-stop aggression, gonna go for a squeeze with Queen Jack of Diamonds. Gets through Dory and Andy. And his squeeze officially works with the removal to Queens and Jacks.
It was 175.
Oh, okay.
And can make a royal flush with Queen Jack of Diamonds.
Raise 150. Okay.
And this is not a bomb pot. This is a raise to 150. But just about everybody on the table called. Actually, everyone did 7-way. Ace, King, 7. Unless JD has Andy beat. Andy does have the best hand with middle pair of king. And this does go check through. Turn jack. River 10. Andy with the straight. And Eddie tried to go for it here with my favorite hand of 2 8s. And Andy with the straight and a snap call, even though the front door clubs did get there.
Double five, fine.
Especially since the last exact hand you ended up with a flush.
Yeah, true. Don't take it over my mind.
Yeah. Check, go.
Was that $150 off?
Yeah, it felt like it. Unfortunately, my cards were long top cards. I was last and I remained last. 550?
Marco with the 3-bet versus Andy. Let's see how these two tango. Andy with the open with ace 7 of spades. Ace 6-4. Andy going into check call mode. Marco gonna put in the c-bet. Can rep an ace. Can turn some straight draws to a 10 or a 7. Or perhaps even a 5. There's the 10 and the gutty for Marco. 2,050 in the pot. Let's see if Marco barrels his equity. Seems like a good time to do it. He still has the strongest range. He can rock with aces better kicker, something like ace king, ace queen, ace jack, perhaps even ace 10. And a good bet sizing, bet 75% pot, puts Andy in a tough spot. Andy has, however, been pretty darn sticky today. And that bet does work. Well done by the professional bodybuilder, business owner Marco Golindo. JD with ace 4 diamonds. Raise to 200. No takers pre-flop. Pretty insane since we've seen so much action in the hand before where it went 7 ways. Eddie with the raise with 2 sevens. Dory's going to peel on the button and defender button with ace jack off. JD's going to come along with 5-4 clubs as well. Ten, 8, 6 rain. Sevens are still good. And Eddie's going to bet them. JD's going to continue. He needs a 7. Be pretty brutal for Eddie if a 7 peels. Turn queen. Should go check, check. Seems quite norm here. But Eddie keeps betting, bet 700. Defends the equity though. To the 1 outer, that is. Small blind versus third blind, and Andy's going to bet the flop with air. Eddie with middle pair is going to make the call. Andy now with a gut shot is going to put in his aggressive line and take this one down. That's 250 and a 325. Heads up to the flop. Small blind versus the third blind. JD raised it up to 200 and flops top and bottom 2 pair. Marco with jack high. No choice but to surrender. Maybe at an extremely small frequency like 1%. Can put in a raise there. Raise from Sammy the Bull with King Queen, and we're gonna go 3 ways. Ace Ace 3. Sammy with major range advantage. It's gonna put in the C bet. JD with the unknown hand. And a raise from JD. And Sammy the Bull is going to peel with King High. Thinks that JD is way out of line, and JD has the ace. Check and a snap check by JD. 1250 in the pot. $9.25 from Sammy the Bull. And a raise from JD with trip aces to 3,000. Sammy was trying to rep the ace. JD, who snap checked it back on the turn, has confused Sammy the Bull. And Sammy the Bull is going to throw a time chip extension. Sammy the Bull is wondering if he can get away with a bluff here. And Sammy the Bull does give it up. Once again, we are playing 3 blinds with the Ante. Thank you for tuning in. If you have not smashed the like button, please do that now. Also, hit the subscribe button. We were just shy under 190,000 subs. Let's go over 190,000 this Friday. Raise from JD with Queen Jack of Hearts. Gonna go three ways. 9-4-3, all hearts. And JD slow plays again. JD slow played his trip aces, and now slow plays his Queen High flush. And JD's gonna bet 200, and a call from Dory with just 4th pair and a River King of Hearts. And JD wondering how much value he can get. And the action actually wasn't on JD. It was on Dory. And Dory's going to lead 600. And JD with the second nut flush. In agony and pain, brain in the blender. That's what it looks like. And he makes a fold. He folds the second nut flush to Dory's stab on the river.
Nice, man. I like it. Now we got a game. Not getting close. Wasn't perfect till that minute. I gotta fold sometime. What I mean? Yes. Good.
And Sammy with the 3-bet with ace queen. And JD, let's see if he steams up.
That's one of my favorite hands in a long time. Well done. No, the whole way she did it, that was awesome. The check back, the whole, exactly.
Jew on the button with 5-3. Andy defending his third blind, having Jew dominated with ace-3. Ace-3-8, 2 clubs. Check from Andy and a bet by Jew with his bottom pair. Perhaps to defend equity, but also to rep an ace. Andy with the snap check raise.
675.
And Jew's going to come along with bottom pair. He just doesn't believe Andy. Puts Andy on a lot of flush draws. These two have tangoed for almost a whole summer in 2018. Actually, it was 2019. Andy with a bet of 1,900 now. Andy says, I would elect to bet the size of the pot. And if you want to continue, Jew, it's getting pricey. And Jew continues one more time with just bottom pair. 5,600 in the pot. And if you're in Andy's shoe, Jew's hand looks like ace queen, ace king, ace jack. And Andy thinks so as well and puts a big bet that he thinks ace king and ace queen will call. And now Jew is wondering how often does Andy check raise a flush draw and go for it here. The problem is if Andy bricked out with like a 10 of clubs or a 6 of clubs and Andy turns them into a bluff, he now beats Jew with those hands. Jew does beat king, queen, and queen jack of clubs and king jack of clubs. Time chip extension for Jew, who needs at least 1 minute to think about this. He does have 4 more time chips in his arsenal. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Jew's going to call 2 fold. 1 call, 2 fold. I've seen Jew make a lot of spicy calls in my day, but I think Jew's going to lay this down. I'm going to put a 2. But you're more than welcome to put your vote in the chat. I'm still sticking with this too. I think Drew's gonna make the fold. He's trying to run through his memory bank right now, all the hands that him and Andy have played. Perhaps the bluffs that Andy has got through. And Drew does finally make the fold. So if you put a 2 in the chat, tap yourself on the shoulder for predicting the action correctly. Raise to 150 from Marco. And we're going to go 3 ways. Sammy with King Queen. Marco with Jack 10. Top pair on 10, 6, 7. 2 diamonds. Wow, JD raising with 10-3, top pair with 3 kicker, and getting Marco to fold with brute aggression. I got to take a page out of JD's book and try to get jiggy with the 10-3 check raise in my next session. We're going to go heads up. Andy with the 3-bet with Queen Jack of Hearts. 10-7-3. Eddie out flopping Andy. We've seen Eddie bet a lot of middle pairs here today, and Eddie's going to continue the story and bet his middling type pairs. And this is a spot where Andy might come along with a check raise with his 2 overs. Or a fold, as Andy folds. Andy's going to try his best to be balanced in those spots. Sometimes come along with an aggressive line, and sometimes come along with a fold. Open to 150 from Dory, and I heard a 3-bet. And Andy is coming on the button with ace 6 of diamonds with the 3-bet. Ace Queen 3 and Dory with top pair. Andy as well. 950 in the pot. Andy with the backdoor flush draw. Dory with 75% equity as long as she dodges a 6 or runner diamonds. She should win this hand 75% of the time, and she's going to come along with a check call. Turn is a king. Gutty now for Dory to go along with her top pair. Andy, does he elect to represent ace king, pocket kings and aces to go along with his flush draw? He does check it back. River 7 of diamonds and Andy gets there. That's pretty insane. Runner diamond for Andy. GG sponsored pro. And Dory's going to go for a blocker bet / some thin value. Hoping that Andy would get sticky, perhaps with something like King Jack or King 10 or pocket 10s with a diamond and talk himself into it. And Andy with the snap raise to 2,700. And Dory now in a spot. Andy is telling the story that he rivered a flush. Perhaps something like he has ace with ace of diamonds, ace 5, ace 6, ace 4 of diamonds, queen jack of diamonds. Dory in a spot. Dory wondering, does Andy's hand add up? And which it does. But Dory is going to pay it off and see that Andy got very lucky with a runner flush.
I'm not sure exactly what time we started. We started like, I feel like 6:30. Sure, not even that out. Like, no, wait a minute. Oh.
Dory's gonna try to shake it off and raise it up from early position with her Jack 8 suited. Drew and Eddie come along. 8, 5, 5, 2 hearts. Dory with top pair. Eddie with the flush draw. Some backdoors to the gutty. Bet of 300 and a snap raise from Eddie. And Dory finds herself in a spot here with just a pair of 8s. And she's going to make the call. Turn 4. Eddie with that gut shot. That gutty that we were talking about. That equity, 23, 25 in the pot. Eddie's used some aggressive lines today. And Eddie piles in more chips. And Dory has to be concerned now. Could Eddie have check raised with 6-7 and have a straight? And that's the story Eddie's telling, that he either has a 5 or has 6-7 with that 7 in his hands. It's a very good card to have. And Dory does make the call. And Dory's hand now improves to a full house with that 5 on the river. Does Eddie go for the triple barrel? Now he's repping very thin, and he does check. If he was to bet there, he's essentially saying he has quads. And Dory in a spot here, does she try to get called by a straight like 6-7? It's pretty thin. And she does. She bets, and I like her sizing, she bets a quarter pot to get called by that straight. So she realizes that her most likely hand that will call her, that doesn't have her beat, is something like 6-7. And here's the chip counts. And here's the cumulative winnings. Eddie's still the big winner, 14,100 up. JD up 55.75. Drew up 42.50. Andy up 6.50. Dory and Marco losing, and Sammy the Bull still the big spender, down $14,575. And we do have a bomb pot in our hands. Each player puts in $100. There's no betting pre-flop. We play normal poker post-flop. JD with a bet of 400 with complete dust. And Jew flopping a flush is going to go into check call mode and hope that another spade doesn't roll off. And JD's going to bet 1,100. And a check raise to 3,000 from Jew, who did some Hollywooding there on the turn, was rubbing his head, then goes for the check raise. And maybe that's why JD was going for it. He said he tried to get Isaac the Habbo sauce. And that was a very expensive hot sauce.
We'll do one more Habbo one later.
Oh, you have another one?
Yeah, but one more for later.
The final one.
The final one. Final one. Yeah, right. It's in the dark. So
Okay.
yeah.
Raise from Eddie from the cutoff with 6-5 off. Jack 10-5. Middle pair for Jew, which is the best hand, which is a pair of tens. Flush draw for Sammy the Bull. Eddie's betting his bottom pair. Pretty ambitious bet here. Jew with the call, and Sammy gonna fast play his flush draw. The reason why he's fast playing this is because he's got a 9 of clubs, which means he can turn some straight draws to go along with his flush draw with an 8, a queen, a 9, a 7. Pretty awesome card here to do it with.
Reasonable flop.
Raise from Dory with ace queen. Jack 8-8. And Dory's going to put in the C bet. Although Andy does have range advantage in this spot. He has more 8s most likely than Dory. He does have a backdoor straight draw. And let's defer to Andy. And Andy did come along with that raise with his backdoor equity. Turn 9. If Dory checks, this is going to be go time for Andy to put in a big bet.
So you gotta bring one back. No.
But Andy does check it back. I wonder if that's Andy's way of balancing out his strategy. And this goes check, check, and Dory's going to win with ace high. Dory with a $15,400 stack.
You know why you walk our hand? You didn't have the hobble as a card protector. You were telling her your hand wasn't that fussy. Yeah, the poker and the top sounds like metal. So overdose.
Limp, big blind, and Andy with the Israeli Ron hand. raise from Sammy the Bull. From the button, 4-3 deuce. JD with top pair open-ended. Checks through though. Turn king, Eddie with the king. I see a snap bet by JD, and here comes at least a call from Eddie. And this does go three ways. Sammy the Bull calls with just ace high. Spicy call by Sammy the Bull. Again, Sammy the Bull with an ace of hearts in his hand. Perhaps if a heart rolled off, he would try to bluff. River 9, which gives Eddie that 2 pair. Top 2 pair. JD shows him how good it could have been and makes the fold. Ace queen for Eddie. JD tries to limp in. Eddie isolates. And 3-bet from Marco. With ace king having Eddie dominated to 1,000. Eddie's gonna make the call. Let's play a hand in position. For Marco. Jack deuce deuce. Marco with the C-bet, and Eddie doesn't even pay 1 bet. Good fold by Eddie. Some good spidey senses there. Wide range spot. And you would think ace high is sometimes good there.
Pulling in huge pots, that takes a lot of money. Boom, done. Alright.
JD with the takedown with his 2 10s does not let Andy see a flop. Sammy the Bull with ace jack of hearts and is going to raise from earlier position. Dory is going to come along from her third blind with ace-3 off. Marco with king-9 off. Jack 10-7. Rainbow. Sammy the Bull at top. Knows that this board is pretty connected, so he's going to put in a bet and make these players pay if they want to continue to see a turn card. Marco with the double gutter can make a straight to a queen or an 8. Turn is a 4-brick city, though. Bet 700 from Sammy, who's not going to lay his pedal off the metal. Does not want Marco to get there for cheap. Although this bet opens Marco up to now bluff Sammy and rep the straight with the 9. Marco decides not to and gives it up.
I've only been here since April. I haven't noticed that like 4 years ago.
Yeah, Starbucks is like the hotel's new. Yeah. They really upgraded this place.
I've only been here 4 months, so when you were like, yeah, these are their dealers, I was like, sure. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was like, I'll play along. I
I always figured like dealers are just like so much to deal with so long.
A lot of them have.
Where you from?
Northern California.
Yeah,
1,000.
Open from JD. Call by Marco. And a squeeze from Chu with king 10 offsuit. And JD puts down the hammer. With the 4 bet.
Raise 1,000 and we raised to 37. That's right.
And the graphics are off. Ju squeeze 3 bet. JD with the 4 bet with ace king. And Drew does tank a little bit there. He sends a message to JD. Don't get used to doing those random acts of aggression, because I will come for you.
If it's better for you guys, it's cool, but you guys don't need to throw the time back in. I'll ask for it afterwards. But if it's, the way you're used to doing it or whatever, it's totally fine. If they want to ruin their old chance on 50-50.
Jew with the open with queen 10 of hearts. No takers.
Oh, and because you can buy it, whatever the biggest stack is, you can buy it.
Oh, the max, the big
So the games just go huge.
Anytime?
Anytime.
So you can get busted and you can
Right.
just
Yeah. There's no limit. Like, the games just go like.
I like that.
It's great. So if you never kill that stuff, you can always at least,
You don't have a disadvantage.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. Nothing worse than when you're playing
And Dory with 2 aces and gets no action. How brutal.
It's just at that point,
The reason why she showed that bluff earlier
you start doing stupid things to double up and then get least in range.
was to hopefully get action in that spot, and
One green
pretty unlucky for her.
and a 1-3 game. I was playing a 1-3 game the other day. Was the average stack was probably 5,000-6,000. Big 1-3. $20,000 pots. And a 1-3 game. Once I was
Open from Jew. And another squeeze play. From JD. Last time he had ace king. This time ace 9 of clubs. Nine, 8, 7, 2 clubs, monster flop for JD with top pair nut flush draw. Andy with the unknown hand. JD's gonna lead 1200 with his big combo draw on top pair.
Yeah, I did. Or they canceled it. Did you get to play with I did. I did, yeah. It's funny because afterwards, when I played with him, here's something that people don't realize. He would lose a lot of money before the stream. You wouldn't really know when the stream was starting, because you play like an hour before. So in my brain, he's really stuck all the time. So it didn't seem like I didn't really keep track. And then I'm like, why is he always looking at his cards for so long? You'd always see these like you saw, right? And it was like he sensed something was up, but I couldn't tell what it was.
We gotta ask them. They gotta have this.
Yeah, yeah. And you know,
Raise to 200 from Jew. 6-4 of hearts. 9-5-3. Open-ended for Jew, who raised these cards up. Jew's gonna bet 400. And Marco, with air, is gonna go for a check raise multi-way. He does have a king of spades in his hand and a 10 for some backdoor equity. But this is a pretty gutsy move by Marco the bodybuilder.
Joey just was all over it for days.
And Jew with a crystal clear call with an open-ended.
I'd go out and play poker like a goose and be like, hey, I saw you playing against Fossil. Like, yeah.
And somehow Marco knew it was gonna come with top pair. And what does Marco do now? Does he go for value or does he try to trap? And it goes check, check. Turn is a 10. I'm sorry, river is a 10. And Marco does try to get value from a 9. He bets very bulky 2/3 pot, trying to look like he missed his flush. The Jew was tempted.
And he folded. And it's like, this is the guy that's like always bluffing and always doing stuff. She's like, wait a minute. It's like he knows the cards. She's like, and then she was the one who said, this is just not right. You know. It's like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. And who was right? I think what Stone should have done is the very next day just have a game, buy your people and say, hey, we'll figure this out. We're gonna have a big tournament, we'll buy everybody in, just keep going. Because it was good and valuable for the brand and Stone and all kinds of great people were flying up there. So it's, I think, but they didn't do that. They did the opposite. I don't think they'll ever have the game again right.
Let's change this time.
Just done it. They took down here, took down, they had a nice booth in the whole area, 4 foot. Just done.
Raves from Sammy with ace queen, flops top pair.
Yeah.
Listening to JD's conversation, so I'm gonna let you guys listen as well.
It was, yeah. Unfortunately, that. I mean, also kills that website. How tilting is that? Well, that would put me on full tilt. Did it? Did it? 175.
Eddie was the opener. Unknown hand. We're gonna go 4 ways to the flop. Eddie on the button getting pretty loose with it. 7-5 off. Jack 9-8 all spades. Dory with the flop nut flush. Checks through. River turn is a queen. 2 pair now for Marco. Dory's gonna scope out some value here. That's half the size of the pot. Marco's gonna try to hit a full house. River is a 6. This queen jack. 1500 in the pot. Let's see how big Dory goes with her nut flush. Does she go 2/3 pot, or even maybe a pot and a half? She goes 900, about 2/3 sizing. Different sizes to go against different hands. If she thinks Marco can have a potential flush, I can see her going big, or Marco's a sticky player. If she's not sure what Marco has, 2/3 and half pot seems just fine.
I'll take any of those after you.
Right?
6, 8, that fast. Yeah, sure.
Nimble. All the different lines. Oh, really?
Eddie with the open and top pair for him on this monotone ace 5-3. All hearts. JD with middle pair but no heart in hand and gives it up. And there's the legend, Israeli Ron. And I don't think you can hold Israeli Ron back from a game once he sees the games going on. Jack A4. And this does go check, check on this turn. Eddie does have the best hand as long as Eddie doesn't fold. 700 in the pot. Does Jew go for this? Try to rep ace king. And that's exactly what he's going to try to do, is rep ace king here. And Eddie does make the call. Well done by Eddie. He didn't believe Jew. Rightfully so.
Well, for you. So this guy's number.
They think he's gonna be number 2.
Garza.
He started playing college.
One thing. That's doing a pretty good job of letting us know what pick it is. It's kind of an important number, right? Well, I think that idea is like what pick? Wow, you got it.
And Jew with bottom set. Marco peels with middle pair. Turn is a queen. Marco really needed to fade a 4 or a king. If he would have turned 2 pair, it would have got very dicey for him.
Point two. What is this now? Pick two. That's what I was saying. The graphics, you can't tell what pick it is. Like, it's kind of the most important thing, right? It's like, okay, how are we gonna produce this? We're gonna do these picks. Let's get everything except for the number. Yeah. Queen two's the hand, right? Queen two's the hand, right?
Yes.
Okay, if anybody was a queen two, you're bottle of havo.
Oh, you guys?
Yeah, you're a bottle of havo. Toss it.
And Israeli Ron, who's thinking about jumping in,
If you win with queen two, you get a bottle of havo.
and he is about to. And JD says if you win with Queen Deuce, Israeli Ron's famous hand, that it will give you a habo sauce. Israeli Ron hears that and it's music to his ears. There's about an hour left on this stream. Please, if you haven't already, smash the like button now that Mr. Queen Deuce Israeli Ron is in action. Also, smash the subscribe button, helps us greatly with the YouTube algorithm. Marco opens, Jew with the 3-bet, and JD with the flat call of jacks on the button. Spicy hand played by JD thus far. Very deceptive. Strongest range, Jew proceeds. He can rep all the overpairs. Bets 1,300.
I'm gonna push in a second off the
JD comes along with his jacks, the overpair. Ace on the turn. Gut shot for Jew. Going to rep that he had something like ace queen. Now turned in ace. You could see JD feels pretty uncomfortable on the spot. He did squirm a little bit in his seat. Wow, and Jew's aggression gets JD to fold his 2 jacks. Be back in a quick second as Israeli Ron hits the felt. I'm going to use the restroom.
Oh wait, what happened? They just traded for the next 3?
It's a 5,500.
Oh.
How many times should Ron have?
You have 18 or 18.
One kick.
We start at 1. There's only one combo to get there, right? Sammy, you the queen.
There was with that card of queen, there's just absolutely nothing you can beat unless you just go on bluffing. I know, well. It worked right there.
JD with the raise, the unknown hand. Eddie with the button defend, which Matt Berkey kind of made popular. Bet by JD. Unfortunately, we don't know what he has. And if you guys are wondering who is this commentator, I'm JJ4D Poker on all my social media platforms if you want to see who I am and who I look like, or what I look like. My name is JJ De La Garza. I'm a professional poker player, professional poker commentator since I've been in the booth pretty much once a week since 2015. So if you would like to do the math, that's about 7 years worth of at least once a week commentary. At some points it was twice a week. I've commentated probably somewhere between 350 episodes plus of poker.
The last one.
9-8-5. 2 diamonds. Sammy with the gutter, turn 9. Who will stab first will win this pot.
That's a good way to end the show. Yeah.
He won the second.
Have you ever tasted it? I haven't. So if I win the pot, then you get it. Right? That must be $1,300 trying to get him a bottle last time.
So it's my fault now? Okay.
No.
It's totally your fault.
I was just trying to get credit for trying to get you a bottle off.
And pay attention because here comes the cumulative winnings. The scoreboard here at Live at the Bike.
You started having the post.
Eddie still the big winner, up around 300 big blinds, up 14,425. Jew up 5,000. JD up 4,300. Dory up 1,100 and some change. Israeli Ron new to the table. Ante and Marco stuck in the big spender. Sammy the Bulldog still stuck around 14,000. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Sammy's going to book a win within the next hour and he's going to run hot. Put a 2 in the chat if he is not. I would like to see what you guys think. 1, Sammy's going to come back and crush and book a win. 2, no, he is not. I'm going to put a 1 in the chat. I got faith in Sammy the Bull. I've seen him work his magic before.
Hey, there it is.
Alright, I'll get the pot. I have to
I have ice cream too.
Oh, you did too? That's what I needed.
That's what we do.
I'm going all in and chop.
Yeah.
With Queen Deuce on any flop, Israeli Ron says he's got 2 pairs since he does have Queen Deuce of Spades tattooed in his arm. Marco with the early position raise with ace jack and Sammy the Bull with 2 queens. Gonna put the squeeze play in the mix. 700 to go. JD with the unknown hand. Queen Jack 5. Sammy says he has to hit now with top set. And indeed he does hit. And Sammy the Bull bets 900. And Marco comes along with the call. Turn is a 7. Bringing a flush draw. Marco with the ace of diamonds. If he does need to rep a flush at some point, he does have the card to do it. Sammy with the bet of 2,000. Half the size of the pot. Sammy sees fit. No takers from Marco's jack.
They do have one over there right now. I think there's one left. Okay, can for you though. Yes.
Welcome Israeli Ron to the table. He's going to raise it up to 300 with his 2 5s. He's going to use a big pre-flop sizing for this game. And JD coming at Israeli Ron the master with Queen Jack. And Ron is going to try to flop a 5 in position. Ace 9 6. JD repping range. Puts an auto C bet here. Has the removal to Ace Jack and Ace Queen. And can backdoor into a straight and a flush. And Israeli Ron does give up the 5s. And somebody's alarm is going off here. Sammy with the raise to 150. JD with Ace Queen elects to flat this time. Queen 9-7, 2 spades. Marco with the flush draw. Top for JD. Sammy with the gutty. Everyone has a little bit of something. And turn is a queen. JD now bets 1,000. And Marco does decide to make the fold with a bunch of equity. JD is pretty unpredictable. 3-betting the Queen Jack off, flatting the Ace Queen. Well done to play deceptive poker, JD.
50 damage and 50 is bad, yeah.
Keeps the players on their toes. And he's going to raise it up to 150 with Jack 10 off. He's going to get 2 callers with Eddie and Israeli Ron. Ace 5-3. Checks through. Turn 8. Israeli Ron, once everyone shows weakness, decides to take advantage there with just queen high. Old school veteran savvy move. Andy with my favorite hands of the 2 8s. Another 3-way action pot. Let's see if Andy would play 8s how myself and you, the chat, would play them. I would check this, and Andy does check with 2 overs to his 8s. He can still make a flush with his 8s, and in turn 8, and that's exactly how I would and the chat would play. And he checks it straight over to JD for the trapped check raise of something like 500 or 400 is what I would do. And Andy says even more, 600.
It's gonna get clipped on this for sure, right? It's because he started laughing when he said it.
I know,
So like, it's gonna get clipped. Like, there's almost no doubt.
Shout out to our table mates today. We got Israeli Ron, Mr. Queen Deuce, and seat number 1.
I know, right? It's, yeah, at least
Dory, who checked out in seat number 2. Seat 3, Sammy the Bull, the Bulldozer. Andy, GG sponsored pro, has played the biggest pot in high stakes Friday. Live at the bike history here with 2 kings. Over a $400,000 pot. Unfortunately, he did not get the good side of that one. Queen Jack 4. Andy with an overpair. Does have a king of spades, and he's going to keep betting. Wants to build a pot here. Seat 6, JD. Seat 7, Eddie Pack. Seat number 8, Marco Galindo. And seat number 9, Jew.
JD, you're 50-50. Great, that's perfect. Cool. $175.
Eddie with the raise. JD and Marco coming along. Top set for JD, 763 rainbow.
Raise 1,000.
Wow, Marco Galindo makes it 1,000 to go with just a gutty. And JD with just a flat with top set. Marco sitting with 67.25 back. Turn deuce. Marco Galindo feels like he can rep the 4-5. Let's see if that cold call slows him down. Bet raising a cold call never feels too good. And he does slow down as this goes check. And a check. River King and a snap bet by JD.
Raise 175.
175 from Jew.
Raise 425.
And JD with a 3 bet from his big blind with ace-8 off, also known as the dead man's hand, king, queen, 3. 2 clubs. Jew with a weaker ace than JD, and these two players really want to battle versus each other, and you can see how wide they are playing pre-flop. And a call from JD. Turn 3, and these players are going to chop this pot as long as no one folds. They're at 50-50 split. Jew betting 800. And JD wondering if he can rep a strong hand here, like a slow play. Ace, king, kings, and queens. And that's exactly what JD's going to do here. He's going to rep all the strongest hands. And this is no longer going to be a split pot, because JD is repping with his 3-bet pre-flop, now post-flop, kings, queens, ace, king, and aces. We got the legend, Mr. Israeli Ron, in the building. Queen Deuce, the CEO of Queen Deuce offsuit, Queen Deuce of spades, and Queen Deuce of the other suited varieties. And there he is, with pocket queens. And he's going to get 2 callers from the small blind and the third blind. 7-7 deuce. Marco with a pair in his hand. Israeli Ron with the biggest pair. He does have the backdoor best spade as well. See what sizing Israeli Ron carves out. Bet 275. A couple callers. Turn is an ace. And JD with a light call on the flop just smashes this turn and leads right into the legend, Israeli Ron. And Israeli Ron does not like this. If he can get away from this hand, this would be very impressive. And he gets away from pocket queens and just one lead. Well done, Israeli Ron. And you guys can see Israeli Ron, how his game has changed throughout the years and has gotten better and better at poker. He's also battled some of the best here on High Stake Fridays, from Alec Torelli and Doug Polk and Ryan Fee. He's played against Johnny Chan, the Master, Eric Hicks, Kitty Quo. He's battled with all the pros out here. Darren Elias, the end boss. Six ways to a flop jack, 3-3. Eddie betting with his jack. We see JD peeling. Oh, JD folded. And Israeli Ron with the unknown hand is going to bet 1,000. And Israeli Ron with quads and has to show quads.
No, really? That's like probably 1,000,000 to 1 or something. Ridiculous. Yeah, it's like ridiculous. Wow.
And the deal changed. I was small blind.
Last time I was here, I fought pocket 9. Pocket 9 is flop with quads. The guy had straight all in. The guy had straight flush draws. It still wasn't good with quads. But I won.
And Jew with the 3-bet with king queen, and Israeli Ron with ace king.
150, call 650.
Israeli Ron with ace king. And lays down ace king pre-flop. Whoa.
No.
Triple.
And we have about 20 minutes left in our show. Thank you for tuning in. And if you haven't already, please hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. Helps us greatly with the YouTube algorithm. Go, 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 go.
Keep hearing that.
Ace, queen, 5. 2 spades. Marco with an ace. JD with the c-bet with bottom pair, repping the strong range though, saying he has ace queen or ace king. See if he continues to tell that story. One liner to the straight, and this goes check check. 950 over to Marco Galindo.
That was quite a round. You guys want to do one round of straddle?
Round of straddles. Money everywhere in this game. 25, 25, 50. $50 big blind ante plus 100. So 250 dead in every single pot this round. And this game will get close to be wrapping up right after.
Straddle. Whatever you want to do.
I'm gonna let him. Most games. Sorry. Great.
And Andy with 2 aces and Israeli Ron with ace king once again. Israeli Ron did not put in the 3-bet. He just flat called the ace king. And Israeli Ron folds ace king once again pre-flop.
What? You gave it to me.
Only one time. Only two. Wow. Just haven't seen it in a long time.
And Andy shows Israeli Ron his angels. So Israeli Ron folded ace king correctly once and incorrectly once. So he's 1 for 1 on his ace king folds pre-flop.
Yes. Just stop it. Yeah, he's got it. Raise 300. One more. Yeah.
Jew with the raise to 300. Remember, this is a straddle round. 10, 9, 8. Two clubs. Very dynamic, wet, juicy board. Jew decides to come out swinging with his top pair. Bets 800. Eddie with his open-ended, but up against a big bet, plus out of position. Let's defer back to Eddie. Eddie makes the call.
It's new. It is awesome. Of course, like, you can kill me if I don't say it. You can buy it at hobbosauce.com. It's really good. It's like commercially hot.
Turn jack.
Tabasco hot, not like
Eddie now with top pair, 4 to a straight. 3 clubs on board. And Eddie is going to lead this turn. Pretty cool lead by Eddie. You're able to lead in poker when you turn range advantage, and Eddie feels like he has range advantage, so why not? River is a 10. Jew now with trip 10s. Eddie now has put himself in a spot by that turn lead, but now what does he do on this river? And a time chip extension for Eddie, because on this turn when he leads, he's saying he turned a flush. Now the board pairs. Does Eddie continue to tell the story that he has a straight or a flush even though the board has paired? Let's defer to Eddie. And he does check. And Jew with the king of clubs in his hand says all in. Jew goes all in.
That was a bluff. That was 10 out of 10. I mean, everything was there. A pretty unbluffable board, but if it was, I know I didn't do it. Good.
We're going to go 3 ways as JD makes it 200 to go. Ace 10-3 gets Eddie to call and Marco to call as well. And Marco a top pair. Now top and bottom ace deuce. Marco's going to put some betting in, it looks like.
I don't know why you bought it.
I like the bluff.
good
This is
straddle?
the first time you bet casino? Or?
Yeah. First time.
Because I heard you bet like 2 weeks ago. You didn't play anything.
I played at a private spot, couple spots, but at a casino the first time, yeah. Yeah, I'm not used to it. Like, I feel tired right now. Like I'm not used to sitting for long hours, like playing cards, you know, like poker.
Got it.
Yeah, it's not.
You didn't play much at Taiwan, right? Back in Taiwan.
No cash games. I played some tournaments, but that wasn't good.
Raise it up from Marco from the big blind. Jew is going to call with King Queen. Israeli Ron from Estrado 883. Marco Galindo did not raise 9-4 not to put in a bluff.
That's who we got. Davion Mitchell.
That's good.
It looks good. Yeah. That's good.
Jew does make the call with 2 overs. Feels like Marco could be out of line. Ace on the turn. Israeli Ron would have had an ace. Does Marco keep betting and now rep ace king and ace queen?
That's what we need. Guys with that energy, yeah. That's awesome. 13. That's great. That's good. Huh. Okay.
Wow, and Jew straight alpha poker tonight. Has went for it in so many of these spots.
3,000. What do you mean? Okay. Okay. You think you're jet lag or you just
No,
trying to get the bag going?
it's just not used to sitting for a long time. Like, yeah, it's not dead like, but like, yeah, it's just like I've been out of it for so long. So, and also just like live poker just seems so good and so.
Yeah, right?
It just seems so slow. Like,
You play tournament in there?
I play some tournaments in
They have
Taiwan.
tournaments there.
They have tournament action, they have card games, but they only allow tournaments because the way the company sees it is like it's just like you're playing like a lottery, like price pool. You're not really gambling. It's like a small part.
I don't have any more.
They re-ups in at 620 though.
Yeah, they re-up at 6.
Tournaments are like really small. Like the most the buy-in is like maybe 300 USD, maybe the most is like 3,000.
Yeah, you just go.
You're not playing for much, you know. Up top is not much. Just playing for fun.
Is this a bump pot? This is a bump pot. Okay, so this is a hollow pot. I'll get a bump.
China also does the escape, but they can do the tournament.
Tournament is more liberal, yeah. Same as China, yeah.
That's already coming.
Bomb pot mixed with the hobo pot.
Really popular in China and you know, Taiwan as well.
Alright, bump pot for
You've been playing a lot?
100.
You've been playing a lot?
Just online.
Just online?
Yeah.
Okay.
You were playing there.
The apps and stuff like that? App games?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. It's nice how fast it is. And
I'm doing close to
play whenever. It's like
zero.
There's one month I spent like 15 hours online, just like without sleeping there online. Like, can
Oh,
do
yeah?
everything else, right? In the whole.
Oh, yeah?
But when I like block last time.
King 7-6, 2 spades.
Those days, when COVID first hit and we were playing all those apps, like I was like drunk, like half the time to play. I'm serious, like cause I was just like in my underwear, like just like drinking and beers and just like my table was just like empty, And like I just had my iPad. And it was like, I feel like such a DJ.
I was just saying, then you look around, you're like, what am I doing?
Because we would play like the stupidest hours. Like it was, you guys were in Indonesia, so it was like, or like 4 or 5 in the morning. You know, like I would have been playing the whole night. I was so tired.
Open-ended from Marco.
I think like
Is really Ron with the flush draw.
literally lying on my bed,
JD with the best hand is going to bet 800, the top pair in this bomb pot.
keep hitting my face, I keep falling asleep. You know, like 'cause I'm laying down, and I'm just like, and I hear the sound, I'm like, oh, it's not me. I'm so tired. Yeah. Like I don't want to quit the game, you know, but I'm so tired.
I broke 2 iPads.
Alright, you win the hobbo.
You broke 2 iPads?
Oh, good thing.
And JD gets the dealer the hobo sauce. That was his commitment to the dealer, that if he won, that he would ship it to the dealer.
You know, I did not completely united.
You find it?
I did. It's both the screen.
I never heard of fighting. That's cool.
That's what you can do it. I mean, you think you can do it.
Yeah, right.
No, see that.
Who did you lose to that was without losing?
I think one is Arden.
Yeah, we're supposed to start up.
You go for it.
Yeah. Alright.
Quick shout outs for those of you who've been kicking it all night. Oh, Nikolai Novak, the accountant. What's up, Nikolai? Joseph Lehrman. Joe plays a lot at the bicycle. Shad Burley. Mr. OG. Paul P. Wes Morin. What's up, Wes? Deepak. Case Sheldon. Farts McCool. Shad Burley. Slow Rollin' MF. Lou Kang 11. Kevin Wakeland. Joe Friendly. Sandy Joy. Copycat. Smokers. Poker Stiff. Dustin G. James Alpert. Move Time 99. Dustin R. What's up, Dustin? HB. Gordon Hyatt.
And the dealer got a hobbo. Alright, so this is 300.
Eddie with the raise to 300. Called by Sammy and JD.
Again, I was just thinking, what hand would I pull here? Not this one.
643. And Eddie just betting with 2 overs, pretty much napkins. Eddie has really found some pots today where probably should not have won, but used the right timing of aggression and worked out for him today.
The dealer won it. Oh, yes. Did we want to help? No, voice note. 300. Congratulations.
Marco with 2 queens, 2 ladies in his hand, making it 300. Andy's gonna come along with the suited ace, and Jew in the position with 7-6 suited. Ace Jack 3, top pair for Andy. Marco decides to rep his range and bet here. Andy with a pure continue with top pair. Turn 7 of hearts. Check, check seems really natural now if you're Marco.
The last game, Cleek agreed, so he's essentially a small husky.
River 4 of hearts. And Andy senses out this situation perfectly. Thinks that his ace is good, even though there's 3 hearts on board. Thinks that Marco has something like a jack, kings, queens. A pair that's below his ace. And if you're Marco, you don't beat much. You beat some bricked out diamonds. You beat some missed straight draws. But Marco does pay just because Andy's image and all the years of watching him bluff on Live at the Bike. And we are in the overtime hour, just over 5 hours. So if you could, please smash the like button. Subscribe button will do well as well. He's really wrong. My favorite hand is going to fold to a 3-bet with his 2-8s to Andy. And that is not how I would have played 2-8s, says Rayleigh Ron. $400 from Jew. Marco defending with 5 deuce off. King 8-5. Marco outflops Jew. Jew is going to bet this board at a very high frequency. Very uncoordinated board. He does have a gut shot to the 7 as well. Turn deuce of spades. Nothing changes on that deuce. Double barrel alert from Jew. Should not shock us. And although that is the brickiest of bricks, Marco with 2 pair and a very hidden hand and puts in just the flat call. River is a queen. $3,000 in the pot. Marco, who trapped the hand on the turn. Let's see if he goes for another trap on this river.
2,000.
And Marco bets 2,000, the lead into Jew. And Jude now finds this perplexing. Check call, lead on a queen. And Jew wondering if Marco could have had something like 6-7 or turn flush draw that bricks out. Now trying to re-steal from Jew. And Jew makes it 6,000. Jew thinks that Marco is stealing and goes for the re-steal with 9 high like a boss. Time chip extension for Marco. Wondering, does Jew really have king, queen, or 8? Or a set here of 8s. Perhaps of 5s, although he blocks 5s for a set. Jew has showed aggression this whole hand. And is repping nutted hands and gets the bluff through. What an insane hand for Jew with just 9 high. And let's see if that hand wraps up the show. And this is going to be the last hand of the show. We're going to end on a bomb pot. I believe that's what the people want.
So this is the last hand.
Probably costs a lot of people a lot of money too.
Right? Here's a buying is too. There it is. It's for you.
Queen 4 deuce as these graphics pick up in this bomb pot.
Yes, you will get a hobbo if you win this hand. Want to give me a chip, Andy? And then go
Sammy bets his top pair and says, do I get a hobbo? Marco with open-ended. He's really wrong with the queen and a tray. After it goes bet and a call on a bomb pot. Top pair definitely does shrink up. Let's see what Israeli Ron decides to do and defer to him. Israeli Ron does make the call. Turn is the 9 ball. Sammy the Bull still way in the lead. A bet of 1,500 from Sammy the Bull. Marco and Israeli Ron both give it up, and that's going to wrap up High Stakes Friday. I hope you guys enjoyed. Once again, we have some awesome things coming up with Live at the Bike. Because really Ron hasn't folded. I'm pretty sure he's going to fold. Make sure you guys stay tuned the next couple weeks for the relaunch of Live at the Bike. I'm going to tease you guys a bit. Make sure you guys hit the like button, the subscribe button. Follow us on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. And thank you guys for your constant support of Live at the Bike. Here are the chip counts. Here are the VPIPs. Marco, JD, and Andy leading the way with over 40% VPIP. Those are the bosses at the table. Here are the cumulative winnings. Jew, big winner of the night, 11,600. Eddie up 10,475. JD up also 10,000. And it went by pretty quickly. I'm pretty sure Sammy the Bull still the big spender of the night. I hope you guys enjoyed. I am JJ De La Garza. Peace and love, y'all. I'll see you guys back next Friday.